Hello, stream. Where's my book? I haven't. I left it in the other room. Ah. Hey, what's up, Erica? What? Is your book live on Amazon? Is it up there? Ha! Good for you. Nice. Very nice. Sweet. Okay, next thing you want to do... Yes, okay, good. Next thing you want to do is you want to go to the link that I'm... go to that link. Set up your author account. Fill out all the stuff. Your profile picture, your bio, your links to your website, links to anything that you got, your Facebook, whatever you have as a social media presence. And then once you have an account set up in there, you can claim your book basically, and you will search the title, and you say, this is my book, and then you have an actual author page on Amazon, and people can follow you there. And if they elect to follow you on Amazon, then Amazon will email them every single time you put out something new or you post on your blog, yada yada yada. Hey, what's up, Kristen? Yes. No, I saw that page like technically exists, but you want to fill it in. You want to fill it out. You want to do lots of stuff. Like you want to have the bio, you want to have the this, the that, the other stuff, the other thing. Yeah, you want it to be professional, but you also want it to be personal. It's a really fine line to walk, and my bio has gone through many iterations over the years. We ordered our copies of Alchemist Touch paperback. Do 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 do. To paint it black. Oh, it doesn't matter to me. I do perfectly well with 2D or 3D, so... and I don't honestly have a preference. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo. Bum, 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 bum. So just for the record, I what we've done in the last half hour. Last night, I actually read. I did do some reading of the book. You know, the thing that I said that I would never actually like. I just wasn't getting done off stream. Last night I did. I read to the kids to put them to sleep last night, and I took notes as I was going through it. So that was a good 30 pages that we just chunked through. Completion, corrections wise. Though I wasn't actually reading the book at the time, I was just going back and making the notes. So yay! I want to get this book done. Oh yay! Hope you enjoyed it and continue to enjoy it. Yeah, reading is so important. So important. Where am I at on my target? I forget. 11 books behind schedule. Ugh. uh, well, we're shooting for 100 this year. If I hit 50, I'm gonna be happy. If I do read 100 this year, I'm gonna be ecstatic. So we'll see. I do have after I finish the restoration, I do have a couple of cheat books, some small short indie books that I've downloaded. But then also like I have Mistborn, which is not a quick book. It's not that big of a book, but like okay. So look at Mistborn and then look at Mindmage's Wrath, right? Okay, so they seem similar, you know. If anything, Mistborn's looks a little bit smaller, but Mistborn is printed on a much thinner grade of paper, like extremely thin paper, and it's also printed in what looks like 11-point font, if I'm not mistaken. So it is, first of all, nearly 700 pages, whereas mine is just over 400, and My pages average about 200, just over 200 words per page. This one probably averages 300. So I feel like Mistborn is an epic fantasy novel disguised as a smaller fantasy read. Like, I feel like this is a book the size of the Wheel of a Wheel of Time book, trying to masquerade as a book of Underrealm. Oh no, look, I'm a small, easy read. Look at me. I'm so small and innocent, and it won't take you very long to read it all. Ha ha, fucker. Now that you've started me. Extortionately large. I love it. Hey, Rhea. Welcome to the stream. Now, by contrast, check this out. My book compared to Twilight. Okay? Again, almost the same trim size. If anything, Twilight's a tiny little bit smaller. But look how much thicker Twilight is. Like, that's significantly thicker than my book. Right? So you think, oh, well, okay, Twilight is about the same length as an Underrealm book, maybe slightly longer. No, it is not. Because Twilight is printed on incredibly thick paper. Like, really thick paper. So it has almost the same page count, but it looks like 40% thicker. And it has the same font size as my books, with larger margins on the pages. So probably shorter than an Underrealm novel. These publishers, man, they play tricks on you. Honestly, I would play tricks with the Underrealm books if I had access to a better printer with like different grades of paper and all that sort of stuff. Which I will find soon, one of these days. I gotta find a printer in fucking Oregon. I got to. It's been so long. Ugh. What are you whistling innocently about? Why am I suddenly nervous? What? Mm, you're being a slacker? What? How are you? What? How are you being a slacker? Hey, Wordwin. Casually linking the ebook and print versions of WereMage on the Amazon bookstore. Do do. Oh, glad to hear it, Wordwin. Regular paperback. Trim size, if I'm not mistaken, is 5.5 by 8.25. All right, bathroom break and refilling coffee. BRB. Greetings! So, I saw the trailer for The Defenders. I am hyped. I always try not to get hyped. I try very hard, and I get so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Oh, thanks for the host, Mr. Ake. It looks good. I'm watching Iron Fist right now. It's painful. It's not a good show. But I love all of the other Marvel Netflix shows. Yeah. And Defenders looks really good. I just hope that Finn Jones doesn't fuck it up. What? 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 Wait for what? Oh, sorry, you like Iron Fist. My B. Yeah, the writing is just... Which is really unusual, because the Marvel Netflix shows have been really well written and really well acted. Iron Fist just isn't. I'm sorry, that's not true. It's mostly well acted. Finn Jones is not ready for that role. He was not ready when they cast him. You can debate whether or not they should have changed his origin story, like what happened in the big controversy that surrounded that show. That aside, Finn Jones, wrong choice. I do legitimately believe that the show could be carried off by a better actor. He's not compelling, and he's not compelling as an actor, and the writing is so bad. I'm not talking about the dialogue, although that's pretty mediocre as well. But I know most people who watch me regularly are, but Mr. Ake, I don't know if you've read Save the Cat or if you're familiar with that book. But it's a book about screenwriting, and it's called Save the Cat after a technique that he discusses in the book, where he goes, you want your main character to be likable. You want them to be somebody that the audience is like, I like this person. I want to root for them. No, it's terrible. And I'm going to explain to you exactly why. And so if you have them do something really generous, really kind, really awesome right in the beginning of the story, like save a cat, right? Like literally saving a cat that's going to be hit by a truck or stuck up in a tree or da-da-da-da-da. Then the audience is like, okay, like if in the first 5 minutes they, do something really amazing and wonderful and likable, then even if they turn out to be a bit of a fuckwad, if they're an anti-hero for the rest of the movie, the audience can still be on board with them. And sometimes it isn't even doing something really nice, but it's just doing something to make them likable. Like Pulp Fiction, the whole big conversation with John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson in the beginning of that show, that is their save the cat moment. No, they don't actually save a cat or do anything kind or generous. It's just that conversation is so awesome that you're like, okay, I don't know who these people are, but I want to watch everything that they're going to do for the rest of this movie. Because they're interesting. So what does, yes, I do watch YouTube. I have a YouTube channel. So what does Iron Fist do? First scene, he walks barefoot, filthy, and smelly into the lobby of an office building in New York and says, I'm Danny Rand. Okay, so he is Danny Rand. But the receptionist is like, cool. All right. Obviously crazy person. He says, no, just call up, tell blah, blah, blah that I'm here and I'm Danny Rand. So she calls security. Obviously. So what does he do? He beats the shit out of security and sneaks into the building. Now, granted, it is his father's company and all that sort of stuff, but the security guards don't know that. They don't care. He's a fucking crazy person. So he goes upstairs. He confronts, yada yada, the friends from his childhood who he hasn't seen in 15 years and whatever, and offers no explanation or anything. And then when the girl tries to calm him down, he almost hits her before being escorted out by security. Okay, so he's escorted out by security. Then what does he do? He goes and he breaks into the girl's apartment. And then he finds her again after that and then says, oh, by the way, I totally broke into your apartment. Your dog was super scary, but like I calmed him down and locked him up in your office. Like, he's a fucking crazy person and a creep. So right off the bat, they're fucking up the character something awful. Something truly, truly awful. The entire first episode, he does nothing that a good person does. He does no good things. He receives lots of help. He gets helped by random bums on the street. And then when the bum says, oh, hey, the bum says some crazy thing because he's crazy. He's mentally ill. And Danny Rand laughs. And the bum goes, what? Because obviously I'm sure people call the bum crazy all the time. And Danny Rand just looks at him and goes, I bet people think you and I aren't so different. Which is the most fucked up thing to say. Like, people think I'm crazy just like people think you're crazy. But they're wrong. You're actually crazy. And I'm not. Ha ha ha. And the bum just goes, yeah, I bet you're right. Like, what the fuck is that? Anyway, he does nothing good or redeemable in the entire first episode. Oh, yeah, so every single interaction he has with a woman in the show is super creepy. Super creepy. If you want... Now, I understand. He entered a Tibetan monastery when he was 15. Of course, it's not a Tibetan monastery because they have to change that because But he enters a monastery at the age of 15 and has been practicing, martial arts since that time. He's now, 30 and he's never had too much interaction with women and doesn't know his way around things like that. Okay, I get that. That can be charming and endearing if he is shy and bashful and clearly, feels like a certain way about women but like doesn't really know how to handle it or register. Like he's not practiced. He's not a player, all that sort of stuff. Do that. Don't have him just sort of aggressively push himself and be like, oh, hey, no, like, yeah, I'm super cool and awesome. And by the way, have I mentioned that I'm a billionaire and The other girl in the show, the one who runs the martial arts, the one who does martial arts training, he just like struts up and he's like, yo, I know how to do this better than you. And like, again, he does, but he doesn't have to be a douche. That's the difference between heroes and villains. Heroes can be better than other people, but they want to use their abilities to help people. And the villain is like, yo, I'm better at this than you, and you suck. And then when the person goes, you're a fucking creep, then the villain becomes a villain and is like, I'll show you. Call me a creep. Like, why are they doing this to him? Because Danny Rand in the comics is not this person. He is a bit of an asshole, but like, not in a Tony Stark kind of way. But, well, Tony Stark. What's the first scene you see with Tony Stark? Well, not the first scene. No, yes, literally the first scene. The first scene is him in a military vehicle with a bunch of U.S. soldiers. And what does he do? he talks to them. He cracks jokes. He's like, hey, I know I'm a billionaire and all, but like, we don't have to be all uptight and everything like that. You guys seem cool. And somebody's like, hey, can I take a selfie? And he's like, yes, of course. First, he makes a snarky joke that like puts them off guard. But then he's like, of course you can take a selfie with me. He's cool. That's his save the cat moment. He's like, hey guys, like, yeah, I'm a billionaire. Yes, I'm here to make another few $1 billion off of the US government. But like I like you and you're cool and you know, like thanks for everything that you're doing. That is right off the bat. Hey, Tony Stark, kind of a douche, very snarky, very smart ass, basically a good guy. And that's the setup for the whole show. The whole series of films, obviously, Iron Man. And they did it with Daredevil in that very Catholic guilty sort of way. They did it with Jessica Jones, and they did it with Luke Cage. And with Iron Fist, it's literally like they heard the whole controversy about him and his origin story, and they just decided to double down. Let's not just make him a rich rich billionaire who has had everything he's ever wanted his whole life, and then entered this this martial arts monastery way too late in his life, way later than everybody else in his life did, but somehow became better at it than everybody who had been training their entire life. Then comes and then also to top it all off, let's just make him a total fucking asshole. Sorry, I'm very disappointed. I love Iron Fist. He's such a good character. It's such a good comic. He's so good in the Avengers. Him and Luke Cage are so awesome together in the comics. So awesome. But, you know? I'm going to get back to work. This rant brought to you by Marvel and Netflix. Marvel and Netflix. Really good, but when they're not, really bad. Oh my god, Sense8, I'm so excited, I'm so excited. That show is so fucking good. I did, yes, it was amazing. Yeah, I know. Not to get too unfamily friendly, but good. It's good. Also, Bae Doona is Bae, and she is literally the reference model for not the next book that I'm putting out, but the one after that. I literally just sent the reference artist, sent the reference to the artist, and I was like, put her on the cover. And he did. And I love it. So one day, maybe she will, maybe one day she will play Mag. Do 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 do. I thought the show was amazing. I thought like, but I recognize that what I love about Sense8, what I loved about Sense8 from the very first moment was I appreciated it from a craft perspective. So I watched the show with my wife, and after the first episode, she was like, I don't think I get this show. I don't like it." I was hooked from the first scene because the cinematography, the acting, and the writing was incredible. That show is just absolutely incredible. I do acknowledge that the story takes longer to get off the ground. So by the time we watched the fourth episode, Megan was like, "I'm on board fully. I would kill someone for this show." Like, but I was like that from the first episode. Oh God. I accidentally went. I didn't realize. I didn't realize what I was doing at the time. I was a young and foolish teenager. I went and saw American Pie with my mom. I didn't know what kind of movie it was. We just wanted to go see a movie together, and we went to the theater because that's what you did back then. There was no internet, so we just went to the theater and we saw a poster, American Pie. Sure. I don't know what that's about, but it looks funny. Hey, what's up, Lightmaker? Ah, lucky, Mr. Ake. Da-da-bum-ba-bum. So I've said something to this effect before, but I don't think that humor is one of my strengths as a writer. So when I do write something that I still think is funny, like on the fifth or sixth reading, I'm very proud of it. And in this case, it's when Caleb and Theron draw Eben into the library, and they're like, "We have to tell you something." Caleb went to the wall and put forth his power, and the stone shifted to reveal his secret cubbyhole. He drew an old tome of plain brown leather, unadorned, with no title on the cover. "I found this book," said Caleb. "In the library?" said Eben. "Wonders may never cease." Like, just that little... and that's, again, one of the things that, like, I imagine it in the film or TV show. And I imagine how the author will deliver that line, and it just makes me very happy. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, totally egotistical, but I try so many moments of humor in my books, and so many of them are such shit. They're such absolute shit. How the actor will deliver that line. God damn it. for Banhammer. I need to work on my orc voice. Of course I got... Hello? Fucking nerd. Do-do-do-do-do. Hey, morning, Green. Box set from the mass market paperback thingy. Eh? Oh, you're talking about Mistborn. Sorry, for a second I thought you were talking about my books, and I was like, no, the Kindle versions are always cheaper. That is because Mistborn is a traditionally published book, and traditional publishers are fucking stupid when it comes to ebooks. Traditional publishers have a very, very strong vested interest in the print industry. They make money on paper, not on stories, and they are an entire industry that has become devoted to making money as opposed to selling books. Now, there are, of course, still people in the industry who want to write good books and sell good books and get good stories out there. But I read this really, really fascinating article that I can't remember where it is, but I'll try and track it down and post it on my social media or something like that. Or this really interesting perspective where a company starts out wanting to do things, wanting to do a thing, but as soon as it becomes a company, it inevitably reaches a point, which, well, not inevitably, not everyone does this, but where the point is making money. And once the point becomes making money, quality inevitably drops because the company realizes we can make more money with lower quality. And so that's sort of the dealy bob. So traditional publishing makes money on dead trees. That's how they make money. They don't push print books because they love print books, because they love to hold them in their hands. They love the physical object. They love the design of them, the formatting, the layout. All of that is incidental to individual people. Publishers push print books because they make more money that way, period. End of story, that's it. Or at least that's the only way, that's the way that they are set up to make money now, and change is harder and more expensive than just continuing to push their agenda. So they will literally just price ebooks higher. They are required to sell ebooks by their contracts with the author. They are legally obligated to sell ebooks, but they don't want to sell ebooks. And so their solution is to just make ebooks more expensive than print books so that people buy print books instead. No, because then they would lose money on the paperbacks they wouldn't sell. See? They have printed these books, and they are required, like when Brandon Sanderson, or when Brandon Sanderson's agent is talking to the publisher, they're like, you need to do a print run of at least 10,000, and you need to pay us advances on all of that. And the publishers are like, well, you're Brandon Sanderson, so okay, of course. But then if they don't, every paperback book that they don't sell costs them money. So when you buy an ebook, you're not paying for the story, you're paying for the story, and you are paying to recover the cost of the paperback book you didn't buy. Because that's traditional publishing. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, how fucking moronic is that? Also, they could avoid all of this shit if they would invest in the Kindle Matchbook program. The Kindle Matchbook program is, if you buy the physical book, we will give you the ebook at a discounted rate or for free. Now, my policy is, if you buy any of my print books, you get the ebook for free because you've bought the story. I love print books. I love the physicality of them. I love having the object. I love having it on my shelf. So, and I want people who love ebooks as well, who love print books as well, to get print books. So if you get the print book, you get the Kindle version. It's free. It's yours. Because I don't care how you read the story. If you've bought it and paid for it, I want you to have it in every format that I can. Audiobooks are different because I have an I'm actually signed with an audiobook publisher, and it just doesn't work the same way. Although you still get the audiobook for like a very steep discount. But traditional publishers could do that. They could be like, yo, just buy the paperback. It's cheap as fuck, and we'll give you the ebook if you want to read it that way, but we want to sell you the paperback. But no. We can't give people shit for free. What? We can't give them a free ebook. No. You don't understand. They've bought this. They've paid for the story. They bought the story. They should be able to read it however they want. No. We can't give them an ebook for free. What are you nuts? You can't be a business and give people shit for free. You're not giving it to them for free. You are allowing them to, you know what? Never mind, traditional publisher. I will be an indie and I will fucking sell circles around you. I went to NerdCon Stories last year. Best convention I've ever been to in my life. I don't do a whole lot of conventions, but NerdCon Stories, best convention ever. I really hope they do it again this year. I got to hang out and sit down with a traditionally published author, with a small group of people. It was a thing. There were all these authors on the docket, and you could say, I want to meet this one. And you would be entered in a drawing, and they would select a group of people at random and whatnot. So I got to sit down, and I wanted to find out what he thought about indie publishing. And this is a traditionally published author, got a book deal, got a book that's out. It's very good. I've read it. It's well reviewed. You know, I don't know if it ever hit like one of the bestseller lists or anything like that, but it's a good book, traditionally published and everything like that. And so I was like, so hey, what do you think about indie? I just want to know literally any thoughts that you have. I want to know what it's like from the other perspective. I'm an indie author. I want to know how traditional... And pretty much the first thing out of his mouth, which I thought was very telling, is like, yeah, man, indie's rough, but you know, like, I'm struggling too. I don't make a full-time living off of my writing. And I was literally just like, yeah, okay. And I didn't correct him, you know, them, whatever. All right, now you know it's a guy. I don't want to say who it was. But it was like, I actually do, like, and this is the thing. This is a known person, you know? And it's not like, obviously John Green is making more than a living off of his writing, right? And there's lots of big traditional, you know, John Scalzi doesn't need to do anything else than his writing if he doesn't want to. He does other stuff because he enjoys it and he has fun with it, and he continues to write and all that sort of stuff. Chuck Wendig. Well, but Chuck Wendig is hybrid. But there's a lot of authors out there, a lot of traditionally published authors who aren't able to just write, even though they are signed with a traditional publisher who's supposed to do all of the stuff so that they can. It's just like, nah, man. Oh, Erica, I know what you mean, I think. Yeah, they don't have them very well integrated or unified or whatever. Oh, I think that the majority of traditionally published authors are absolutely being taken for a ride. Now, when you say that, people go, no, like I can think of one or two traditionally published authors where that maybe applies, you know, but But look at John Green, look at Maureen Johnson, look at Maggie Stiefvater, I don't know, take your pick. Orson Scott Card, Patrick Rothfuss, Neil Gaiman, Steven Erickson, Peter F. Hamilton. All these. Well, no, not all, but half the books on my shelf. A majority of traditionally published authors aren't being taken for a ride. No, no, no. The majority of traditionally published authors, nobody's ever heard of. And that's the point. Because actual statistics in the publishing industry, in the traditional publishing industry, is for every 5 books that a traditional publisher publishes, 2 lose money, 2 make their money back, and 1 is a blowout success. And they publish them, and for all the new authors, they give them all the same treatment. And they just wait for one to be the blowout success, and then they continue to invest in that one. And the ones that lose money get dropped and put off to the wayside, and no publisher wants to work with them again, but they still lose all rights to their property. The ones who make their money back, they might get another book deal, they might not. It's very sort of lukewarm. Yeah, I don't know if I want to publish your next book, yada, yada, yada. And then the 20%, becomes your Stephen King, your John Green, your Maureen Johnson, whatever. 20% versus the 80% who would probably, if not sell, this is important, they might not sell more books if they were on their own, if they were indie. They might, but they might not. But they would definitely make more money. Almost 100% make more money. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. You do have to do the work. Hey, what's up, Fallen Clown? Huge misconception about traditional publishing. Well, they're going to take care of all my marketing for me. Ha 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 ha! No. No. They might set you up with a book tour. They might not. If your book does well, they will. But your book doing well is dependent on... I mean, first of all, yes, your book has to be good. But your book has to be good no matter what. But your book being good is no guarantee. No guarantee whatsoever. All that being said, I do want to reiterate what I said a couple of days ago, which is that, first of all, screen, some authors definitely need a traditional publisher. And I know I keep mentioning him, but like one example is John Green. He's said over and over and over again, oh my God, my books would be so bad if it wasn't for my publisher. I have a great agent, a great editor, and a great publisher, and they take my initial work, which is crap, and they turn it into Looking for Alaska, or The Fault in Our Stars, or Paper Towns. And those books are great. And he's talked about how he wrote those books originally, and like the original ending of The Fault in Our Stars is so bad, it's so bad. And his publisher was like, no, you're not doing this. And he was like, no, I think that that's it. And they were like, no, you are not doing this. And he gave it the ending that it actually has, which is a good ending. Not a happy ending, but a good ending. It is a good book. It would not have been a good book otherwise. So yeah, some people do need that. And you know, he gets super value out of his publisher. That's just not the case for everybody, you know? That's a great clip. Hey, what's up, WC Studio? Anybody had where, although you have a main body of work, example book 1, but you're also writing the next book without finishing the first project before you move on? I'm a little bit confused. Are you talking about working on... You're talking about you finished book 1, but you're writing book 2? What's the... I'm sorry, can you clarify a little bit? Gonna let it shine, gonna let it shine. Yeah, but your situation is not typical of everyone, Kristen. Yeah, I think that's fine. That's actually what I'm going to be doing in the future. So after the book that I'm working on, I'm then starting a new series, and I'm writing the first 3 books in that series. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to outline book 1, and then I'm going to outline book 2. And then I'm going to go back and revise the outline from book 1. Actually, I'm going to do a very rough outline of all 3 books, just so I have like some guidance for how the whole thing is going to go. Then I'm going to do my detailed outline of book 1. Then I'm going to do my detailed outline of book 2. Then I'm going to go back, revise my detailed outline of book 1. And then I'm going to write the first draft of book 1. Then I'm going to go back to book 2. Then I'm going to go outline book 3. And then go back to working on book 2 and like sort of cycle through it that way to give myself time. Like you want to give yourself time away, like you outline and then you step away and do something else and then you come back. And then you step away and do something else and then you come back. And that keeps it fresh in your, so that every time you revisit the project, you're looking at it with fresh eyes. Whoa. Heaven, let your light shine down. Oh man, Erica, good luck. Yeah. If you are in America and you have been waiting on the final version of WereMage before picking up a print copy, paperbacks are now on pre-order. Link in the description. Coming out in, what, 3 or 4 weeks? So... I mean, yeah, Lightmaker. Also, realize that, like, if it's your first book, you may need to... yes. The short answer is yes, it's going to take you a lot longer on your first book. The long, complicated, and slightly unpleasant answer is that it might take a while, and it still might not be very good. Now, it can be very good. Some people are like, well, you know, your first book is never going to be very good. Well, if you spend enough time on it, yes, it will be. But, like, I highly suggest that you finish your first draft, then go write another book. Get another book to first draft, then come back and revisit the first book. Because otherwise it's very, very easy. Yeah. I would say that my first five books, which were really novellas, they weren't full-length books, but my first 5 books were not great. And I should have spent more time on all of them before I published them. And they're still out there. Eventually, I may go back and revise and re-edit them, but I actually kind of like having them out there as they are so that people can see how I started, you know? They can be like, wow, this was how he got his start, and now he's you know, doing well as an author. Like, maybe I can get there too. Okay, Ria, I will get back to it as soon as I'm done with the restoration for sure. My initial advice, based on what I have read so far, get the first draft of your next book done, and then go back and revisit Silver and Lilies, because you've learned a lot after Silver and Lilies. You will be able to apply that to your next book. Apply that. You will learn even more, and then you will be as educated as you can reasonably expect to be before going back to Silver and Lilies. And then you go back, and now you've got the experience of 2 books under your belt, and you go, okay, I can fix this. I can get this publisher. I can get this ready to publish. Or you will look at it and you'll be like, nah, I'm good. Correct. Yes. Everything prior to WearMage is all up to date. And very soon, everything will be up to date. And God Almighty, I can't wait for that day. Because the number of times, and this obviously is not anybody else's fault except mine, but the number of times people are like, can I buy this book? Is this one ready? Or, much, much worse, oh, I bought this book, but I think it's the old version, because I found some typos. I'm like, yes, it is the old version. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Kinda not my fault, but it kind of is. You do need to read Save the Cat. Although, Erica, I will say, if you want my advice, you actually end up saving, no matter which version you buy, you save quite a bit of money if you get the first volume, which has all three books in it. And it has a bunch of extra... Oops. I did not mean to... I didn't know volume was an actual command. Hold on. Son of a... Are you serious? There you go. That's the link to the volume. And it has the first 3 Nightblade books, plus a bunch of additional stuff, a bunch of additional background information. Oh, you're getting a physical book? Yeah, I got you. Yeah, okay. If you're not a big fan of big books, you don't want the volume. Here's individual book versus volume. Individual book versus volume. I thought you were talking about the ebook version. If you don't like big physical books, you definitely want to get Nightblade. It is quite a big book. I know, my new covers are so good, aren't they? He said egotistically. I made that. Okay, so that used to be the case, Lightmaker, that I made more if you buy it from my site. However, now I have arranged it so that if you buy it from Amazon, you still are buying directly from me. I am the supplier to Amazon. So if you buy it off of Amazon, you are actually buying it from me. And you get Prime free shipping and all that sort of stuff. Yes, it should be signed, Erica. There have been some cases where I got back ordered, and then and then Amazon sort of went around me and got copies directly from my printer, which is kind of annoying and is something that I will eventually change. But that's a supply line problem. So so it should be signed if you get it. Actually, if you do return it, Amazon eats the cost, not me. So return away. WC Studio, that's probably because you got the mass market paperback edition. There's paperback. There's paperback, this one. And then there's mass market paperback, this one. This is the sort that you get on like store shelves, you know, in like those little book slot thingies that they've got in different places. And the mass market paperback is also a few bucks cheaper. Books that are not signed are actually a rarity in an interesting turn of events. I'm going to take a quick break. I've been going for a couple hours. BRB. Ooh, chat. Oh, yay, Erica. Hey, what's up, LM Andrews? um, hey, it's Maggie. That's my wife. You know, it's funny, LM Andrews, about the Have I Mentioned I Write Book shirt. This is a classic case of me assuming and being wildly incorrect that most people are like me. Megan? Megan, you know what you did. She's laughing in the next room. Basically, Megan hacked my Facebook account and posted a comment on a selfie. She took a selfie. She's dyed her hair recently, and she took a selfie and posted it on Facebook. So she hacked my Facebook account to comment on the photo as me complimenting herself. Now, obviously, she looks amazing, and I think she looks amazing, and I've told her in person many times she looks amazing. But in her comment, she said, "My wife is a hottie, hubba hubba." I don't think, until I just quoted her, I don't think I've ever said the words hubba hubba in my fucking life. Like, come on. Oh, shit. Okay. Thank you, Kristen. So I'm thinking, have I mentioned I write books? Oh my God, you put that on a t-shirt, and then if you're out at the coffee shop, or if you're at a convention, or if you're just walking down the street, somebody's going to go, "Hey, you write books?" And I'll go, "Why, yes, I do." And they say, "Well, what have you written? Have I heard of anything?" "No, you probably haven't. I'm an indie author, but my books have hit #1 on Amazon," and da-da-da. You start a conversation. Turns out To most authors, that sounds like the worst thing in the world. They're like, I don't want people to talk to me. I don't want to have to explain the fact that I write books. So, yeah. Hey, what's up, Green? Oh, I kind of love. I kind of love having those conversations, Kristen, because I get to in I've installed in the heads of many fantasy fans the idea that a lot of people don't like the Wheel of Time. And why? Because I'll have people who are be like, oh my god, yes, like I love Wheel of Time. And I'm like, really? I hate it. I think that's the one of the worst fantasy series and like completely overblown. And they it just like their minds can't process. And we talk about it, and they usually, you know, like obviously they stick to their guns. But for many of them, that's the first time they've ever heard somebody say that the Wheel of Time is awful. And I hope that for some of them, it has started a long mental journey. Like, introduce the idea, and then they will maybe start looking for Yeah. Well, fanboy's gonna fanboy. I have read Ready Player One. Ready Player One is a fantastic book with maybe the slowest first 70 pages ever. The first 70 pages, I almost threw the book away. I was like, this is bullshit. Because the first 70 pages, fucking nothing happens. It's the most boring goddamn shit I've read pretty much in my entire life. Page 71, literally, story takes off into this. Fuck you, Kristen. Page 71, story takes off into the stratosphere, never stops. Goes all like, and it's a amazing kick-ass story all the way to the end of the book. Almost threw the book away many times during those first 70 pages. I think the cover is shit. I think the title is shit. I think that Ernest Cline was a very badly let down by his publisher. The publisher should not have given him that cover, should not have approved that title or come up with that title if it was their title in the first if they came up with the title. And they should have cut those first 70 pages down into like 20 or taken that content and spread it through the rest of the book. That's just me, though. LM Andrews, I highly recommend that you get it. Read the first 5 pages and then skip straight to page 71. Then, once you have read the book, go back and try to read the first 70 pages. From page 71, it becomes one of the best sci-fi novels I've ever read. It's awesome, and it will absolutely hold your attention. Also, if I'm not mistaken, let me just glance at page 71. Okay. Read the first 7 pages. The first 7 pages up to there's a little there's a little break at the beginning of page 7. Right here, okay? That break on page 7. Then skip to page 68 at the start of chapter 7. So you read to page 7, end at the break, and then skip to chapter 7. You got everything that's amazing about the book. That is enough setup so that chapter 7 makes sense, and then the rest of the book is fucking awesome. Seven and 7. Ready Player One, green. That'd be amazing, Lightmaker. No, never heard of it, LM Andrews. I'm really bad about unnecessary commas with dependent clauses. That's too bad, LM. All right, LM, see ya. Oh my God. Some people send the worst emails. When you're contacting someone, especially in a professional capacity, don't send them don't send them an email that's more than 1,000 words. Don't send them an email. You should try to keep it under 100 if you can possibly manage it. Possibly. Especially for the first time, right? Don't say in your email, I'm not really sure what I want to ask you. Cool. Maybe you should have spent a little more thought on it before you started this email. Don't tell me in your email that you just wrote several more paragraphs that you deleted because you were too rambly, especially when the rest of your email is rambly. Yeah, that's a good way to get your emails opened, Grover, and not immediately thrown into the junk folder. God damn it. Ugh. It would be mean, Grover, yes. Oh God, Erica. Well, if you enjoy it, I'm glad. I will also judge you, but I'm still glad. So if anybody wants to absolutely lose themselves in a completely, I mean, that website will take, that will, you can spend hours on that website. Check it out. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Didn't you know I actually am Brandon Sanderson? Hey, what's up, KJ Jones? Oh my god, what? I know, right? Isn't it crazy? By the way, for anybody who's new-ish or doesn't know, we do have a Discord server. A lot of discussion happens in there. So if you want to hang out with the VlogaNovel people, even when VlogaNovel isn't happening, Discord. We've had a Discord for a long time, KJ. Hey, what's up, Pineapple Jake? Welcome to the stream. Have a free book. Oh, right. Of course you have. Sorry, I remember. Now I remember that we have spoken in Discord several times. That is a kind of a tough question, Pineapple Jake. I wrote this in January and February of last year. It published in May, if I'm not mistaken. I re-edited it in, I want to say October, and I'm now doing a final read through of the book. October? No, probably January. Anyway. I think you just asked to be a rebel, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I'm proud to say that our Discord server is relatively idiot-free, because when idiots manage to squirm their way inside, we remove them. We have a very energetic and dedicated idiot task force. Yes, this is my final proof copy that I'm reading. I'm working. Meg, I don't mind being told to focus, but I'm working right now. Huzzah. What's your Discord, Erica? Yeah, yep. We're cool with links here. If anybody abuses that, we just ban them. And we have a small enough chat room that it's not really an issue. Yet. The version on Amazon is not the revised edition. No. I recommend waiting. If you want to have the start with the free book that I linked before, and then in the back of that there's a link to the next book, which is already revised and everything like that. And unless you read really insanely fast, by the time you get to the later books, they will all be revised and corrected. Hey, what's up, Chayton? The next book. June 2nd. KJ. Unless you're talking about the next new book, which is... I don't know when that's coming out. Sorry. Oh, it's a long story, Pineapple Jake. Does anybody else mind? Does anybody else mind spelling out for Pineapple Jake why I'm fixing my books? I've spent a lot of time talking already today. You know what? I could actually set up a command for that. Yeah, it's about it, WC Studio. I found out in the middle of last year, and I have 8 books that have needed this big restoration project to happen to them. So that's why it's something that I'm still working on. Da, 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 da. There you go. That is the best publicly available video on my YouTube channel, which explains why the restoration project. It doesn't have all the details, obviously, because there's a lot of stuff that I can't talk about from when I was with a publisher. Bum, 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 bum. Quick bathroom break, and I will be right back. Leorix! Greetings! Ah, thank you, Nightbot. You may suggest a song that you think I'd like, Leorix, but please don't be offended if I don't like it. I enjoy. I enjoy much. The hurdy-gurdy. Oh, Leorix, I have had plenty of experience with people being like, uh, I've had plenty of people who are like, hey, I think you'd really like the song. And it's like some death metal screamo or something like that. And I'm like, nope, sorry, not for me. And they're like, well, but this band is really good. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. But it's not, I'm not, I'm not, that's not, I don't, it's not the sort of music that I like. But like, why? It's like, mm. Lots of places. You could do the Benicio del Toro. No, not Benicio del Toro. What's his face? Robert Rodriguez. You could do the Robert Rodriguez thing and just volunteer for medical experiments and donate blood to get the money. That's how he made his first movies. The Orcs, that's quite a lag. Yes, that is a plane. Oh man, how long have we been working? Hey, 4 hours. Sir! What's up, Mappo? Mm. Oh. Okay, it's about time for me to go. Let's get these couple last things arranged. Okay. That's it for the morning. Maybe some work this afternoon. Maybe not. Probably not, based on past evidence. But I'm going to go for now. Thanks so much for coming and hanging out. We are chunking our way through this book. I hope we can finish it tomorrow or maybe Friday. All right. Peace out, everybody. Thanks for coming and hanging out. If I don't see you later today, I will see you tomorrow morning, same time, 8 a.m. Pacific time. Bye.